Welcome to a Rusty Rails Railfanning Special. Train rides I have recorded, Part 2, 2017 to 2020. Starting off with 2017. Our first train ride is a Tweetsie Railroad Special with locomotive number 12 and coach 5. Our next train was a few months later, back at Tweetsie Railroad for their ghost train.
A toxic spill in the Blue Ridge Mountains. Some local residents have been infected by this spill, and reports are coming in that the chemical may be causing severe physical and mental reactions. Local police are urging people to stay indoors and to not go outside. A state of emergency has been declared, and military personnel are being dispatched to set up a refugee center. Stay tuned as we receive updates on this breaking news story.
Yes, sir. We got a lot of feed. We got a connection. Greetings to all you people on the train. As you've heard, there's been a toxic spill here in the Blue Ridge Mountains. This toxin has had serious effects on those unfortunate enough to have been infected. The physical symptoms include disintegrating skin, and the victims reportedly display zombie-like behavior. Now, our goal and the mission of this train ride is to get you to the protection of our refugee center, which has been designated as Area 12. There are trained Area 12 personnel on each train car. We've begun setting up a perimeter throughout the woods surrounding Area 12. This will prevent any of our affected friends from entering the safe zone. Now, I assure you, there is absolutely no reason to worry or panic. Nothing gets on this train without my authorization. This trip will go as planned, and we will have you in the safety of Area 12 in no time.
She gets the sensation, she go up in the air, come down in slow motion. Jump in the line, rock your body, time to rock it. I need you, jump in the line, rock your body. Somebody help me, jump in the line, rock your body. Rock it, I need you, jump in the line, rock your body. Shake, 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 Sinora, shake your body line. Shake, 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 Sinora, shake it all the time.
The song is sharing, so you share.
Why did he hang up? Like here. And then we're going to play that.
Alright, everybody. Looks like your train is ready to depart. Once again, remain seated and keep all body parts inside the train cars at all times. I can't afford any more casualties tonight. Is that clear? Which way are you? local residents have been infected with this toxic junk. Somehow it is easily transmitted from person to person, and once it gets inside you or on you, it begins to take effect immediately.
Sir, here are a few photos we just received of the contaminated victims. And, sir, I have some more bad news for you.
Well, what is it?
It seems like the contaminated victims have a strong hunger for human flesh.
If any of you see any creatures or mutants that look like this, make sure and yell out and let your Area 12 worker know immediately.
There's 50 of you! One of me! And a couple hundred of them! You're just as responsible as I am for keeping us alive!
Just to reassure you, coming up on our right, you'll see the heavy-duty perimeter walls that Area 12 and some of our nation's spines have begun setting up. And in a minute. Has anyone checked the south perimeter wall lately? We got a wall down! There's no need to worry, folks. This is just a minor problem. It seems like just a few of the infected persons have gotten inside. We're gonna take care of this immediately.
Keep your eyes open! Coming up!
Monsters. We better hightail it to Area 12. It looks like our perimeter's been breached for some time now. That the woods surrounding Area 12 are crawling with these infected persons. Now would be a good time to keep your arms and heads inside the train cars.
Chopper's coming up! Unless you want to lose it, keep it in the car!
Area 12. It looks like everything's under control. No need to worry, ladies and gentlemen. We have an extra set of walls built around this fortress. None of our infected friends will be joining us tonight. That is, except those in the cages, containment units out front. Now, along with the refugee center, we've set up a testing facility with the Center for Disease Control. The CDC is here to figure out the specific cause of the outbreak, and I'm sure they will quickly find a cure. All right, everyone stay seated for now. We're going to check the perimeter, and then we'll unload the train if everything is safe. And if you see any of these skin-eating maggots, you make sure and yell out. Let us know. Area 12 personnel, this is Edward Nelson. He's our lead scientist out front near the containment units. He will give you further instructions on what you will be doing.
Good thing you fellas showed up when you did. As you can see, we've captured a few of the creatures and we're doing our best to research what exactly is causing this and, more importantly, whether or not we can cure it. These scans are like nothing I've ever seen. It doesn't make any sense. Look at that. You ever seen anything like that? Of course you haven't. You don't work here. Listen, some of the fellas in back can probably explain this stuff a little better than I can, so if you'll come with me, I can show you. Well, that's not good. Come on, fellas!
Why did they all leave? Who's gonna watch the people?
Not gonna get killed by a homeless person wanting one.
It is dark. Cece, stop it! Oh, I'm so sorry.
laboratory van got in the way. But we can't stop now, it's too dangerous. Besides, some of those things had plenty of time to board the train back there. So I'm gonna have to scan everybody on board to make sure no one's infected. But it's just a precaution, folks. There's no need to panic. Yet.
Alright, you're responsible for the people beside you! We're looking for bleeding, discoloration, swelling! It's either you, we're all going down, or we're throwing them off!
Oh my god! Holy shit! Oh my god! We got one! We got one!
Arms! Roll up the sleeves, I don't care!
Chill out! Right now! It's touching me!
Folks, I'm not quite sure how to tell you this. The several on each train car have been infected. And right now I see there are only two options. Option 1, we try and decontaminate each train car and everybody on board. But if the decontamination procedure fails, I cannot allow this train to return to town and risk infecting more people. So, option 2, we blow up the train.
Decontamination coming up! Breathe it in! That stuff's better than NyQuil!
Well, what do you know? Looks like this is your lucky night. Everyone on board has been cleared. Let me radio my men and I'll tell them to hold their fire. Tango Romeo Platoon, stand down and hold your fire. I repeat, hold your fire. Do not blow up the train. Blow up the train. Birdman. Fire go!
Get down!
Well, looks like those rockets just barely missed you. You're gonna make it out alive after all. We'll discharge you passengers back in town. But for now, stay seated until the train comes to a complete stop. Wait for further instructions from Area 12 personnel before you exit the train.
Congratulations! It looks like we're clear! Then again, we made a big circle, so we didn't really get anywhere, did we? Yeah, think about that!
Y'all have a good evening.
Good night.
Our last train ride of 2017 was Tweetsie Christmas, the inaugural run of the Tweetsie Christmas train.
fired up.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
We now move on to 2018. Our first train ride of 2018 was at the North Carolina Transportation Museum. The building with the red bricks and the be careful sign is the back shop. We'll be going into that building as soon as the train ride's over with. But that will be in our next video. The curved building you see right now is the Bob Julian Roundhouse, where they have some exhibits, and in that center section that we're about to pass right now is where they actually restore some of their equipment. While I was there, they were restoring Norfolk and Western number 611. Here's 611's extra water car and tender. During the train ride, they stop the train close to the roundhouse so people who have trouble walking can get to the roundhouse quickly. But we'll ride the train back to the station and do our tour from the station onward. The silver building in front of us is the flue shop. The flue shop is where locomotives of flues, or the pipes that went through the boilers, were stored until they were needed to be put into the locomotives. Our next train ride is in Tennessee for the Dollywood Express.
The whistles you just heard tell us that our engineer has received our all clear, and we will be pulling out of the depot at any moment. As we get ready to depart, let me remind you of a couple of the safety rules you'll need to know for our trip today. Please remember to remain seated at all times. This does include small children, as they are not permitted to stand on your lap, on the seat, or on the floor. If you have small children in your group, please have them sit in the center portion of your seat with an adult on the outside edge. Also, remember to keep all body parts inside the car at all times, and the use of tobacco products is not permitted during our trip. Thank you.
All right, now we're moving folks on the back part of the train. Wave goodbye to our depot master, John. Tell John we'll see you in a day or two. A week at the most, but we've never been gone longer than a week.
These guys have a sense of humor.
All right, it should be about 20-25 minutes. Here at Dollywood, we're known as the friendliest place in the Smokies. Let's all get a hand in the air, start waving. On the count of 3, let's have out a big howdy. 1, 2, 3. Howdy! Hey, that sounded good. Now you keep on waving and being friendly to everybody. And I'll tell you about this lovely piece of history we're riding behind.
What's that?
One of the few operating windmills left today. That's where every day they flash baked our world famous cinema brand. And I'll tell you, one of the nothing fair. December the 7th, 1941, heavy attack on Pearl Harbor, and the United States involvement in World War II. It was determined that a military highway was needed to protect Alaska. So in 1942, the United States Army took over the White Pass and Yukon Railroad at Skagway, Alaska, and used it to move the material and personnel needed to build the Alcan military highway. After the engine 192 is completed, it was shipped to Skagway, Alaska, and it worked on the White Pass and Yukon Railroad. Over 280,000 tons of material supplies along with critical personnel travel behind this engine. Many engines like her representing Ford trains today. Our support of road construction. In only 9 months, what had seemed impossible became possible, as the Alcan military highway was completed. I bet you didn't realize you're right behind a true veteran of World War II. Here at Dollywood, we're proud of all our veterans from all branches of the military, and our hopes and prayers are with those on active duty today.
Building a new road over here.
After World War II was over, Lisa went back to remain in Scottsdale, Alaska until her retirement in 1960. In 1961, she was sent to a new Tennessee theme park named Rebel Railroad. And that's where she affectionately became known as Klondike Katie. I look up to the engine, radar engineer, that's PM up there today. Klondike Katie's been here through the entire evolution of this park. From Rebel Railroad to Doe River Junction to Philadelphia City, Tennessee, and now present-day Dollywood, where she continues her tradition of hard work. Now let's all sit back and relax and listen to the engine as she makes her way up the mountain. The Cherokee Indians call these mountains the place of the blue smoke. The Smoky Mountains are the natural habitat for more flowering plants and trees than anywhere else in the United States. Even in the air, you can hear the music of over 200 species of birds. The Smokies are a never-ending song. They change with each season and with each pair of eyes. Here at Dollywood, we're real proud of Klondike Katie. So much, sometimes we like to toot our own horn a bit. So what do you say, folks? Would you like to hear the engineer play a tune on that bobbling locomotive whistle? All right, on the count of three, let's all yell, blow the whistle. 1, 2, 3. Blow the whistle! that was Tim and Klondike Katie saying no problem. Now if you look off to your left, you can see parts of the Great Smoky Mountains. And you can tell why they're called that. They look like that most of the time. The Smokies were established as a national park in 1934, and they're the most visited national park in the United States, and they're the only national park that has free admission.
Oh, the mountain place is the blue smoke. Because it's a little blue in essence. Don't forget, the Great Smokies also house the highest peak in Eastern Nebraska.
At the dawn of the 20th century, there was over 1,200 farms in these mountains, and each one had the main house that the family lived in. It was kind of like this one on your left. They had a woodshed, a chicken coop where they gathered their eggs, a smokehouse where they hung and cured their meat, and a spring house. They kept things like the milk and the butter cool. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. They had one other little house back then. It was called the outhouse. Kids, if you don't know what the outhouse was used for, I'm going to let you ask your parents about that. Or you might have to ask your grandparents. Now coming up on your left, soaring 21 stories above the floor of the Great Smoky Mountains, is the Wild Eagle. You'll drop 13 stories as you fly up to speeds of 63 miles an hour. It has a 110-foot giant loop. It might be the most exciting 2 minutes and 22 seconds of your life. How many people has rode the Wild Eagle? One, alright. How many people are big chickens to ride the Wild Eagle? Oh, chickens win again. You go in the merchandise shop, there's big yellow t-shirts that says, I'm a chicken. Now it's time for some train music. Hey folks, look up to the engine and waved our fireman. That's Matt up there today. He's one responsible for getting us all up here by hand shoveling all the coal into the firebox. This engine operates the same way today as it did when it was first built. On a busy day, Klondike Katie would use 5 tons of coal, 5,000 gallons of water, and she'll bring 4,000 to 5,000 people up the mountain. We're real proud of our engine and the guys that operate them. We hope you enjoy riding behind them just as much as we do. Over on your left's the future home of Dollywood's newest themed area, Wildwood Grove. It will feature 11 new experiences for guests of all ages. It will feature unique attractions and the Southwest-inspired dining establishment. We look forward to having even more to offer you and your family starting in 2019. It's the home to Dollywood's award-winning wooden roller coaster, Thunderhead. And Mystery Mine, it's a steel roller coaster with high speeds, white knuckle loops, and an 85-foot drop straight down a mine shaft. Also up here is Dollywood's newest ride, the Drop Line. It'll take you up 230 feet where you get a great view of everything for a few seconds, and then it drops you. And remember to walk up through here and check out the great
chicken for that too. Seriously, around here, chicken for that one.
The Rollins Farm, waiting on the people waiting across the tracks. Remember that big howdy when we went out of town? Well, there's some new people down here this time, so let's do it again. 1, 2, 3. Howdy!
Off. Well, I think it's only openers blaming somebody. Is there a popcorn right there? Yeah. I don't go either, right? Nope. Too cold? Yep.
Over on the right, this big green building is Dollywood's full-service train shop. That's where our highly skilled engine crew can totally rebuild an engine from the wheels to the smokestack. All your personal belongings. Your backpacks, purses, cell phones, cameras, shopping bags, children. Yeah, please, don't forget the children. If you accumulated any trash along the way, we'd appreciate if you deposit that in the barrels. They're located up and down the boardwalk. If you had your picture taken when you came into the depot, they're going to be ready and waiting for you out there. Now, if you get out there and you can't tell which one of the photos is yours, there'll be somebody out there to help you with that. We have really been asked that. How will we know which photos are ours? And after you exit the train, go check out the magic shop. They got lots of magic tricks and practical jokes. But folks, I need everyone to please...
Our next train ride, we head on back to Tweetsie Railroad for another trip on the Ghost Train.
This will prevent any of our affected friends from entering the safe zone. Now I assure you, there is absolutely no reason to worry or panic. Nothing gets on this train. Once again, remain seated and keep all body parts inside the train cars at all times. I can't afford any more casualties tonight. Is that clear? Enjoy your ride.
Alright, good. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Edward Nelson here, lead scientist at Area 12. And just wanted to reassure you that you have absolutely nothing to worry about. We have eyes and ears on you at all times. So if anything approaches the train or comes at the train, we will take care of it. And we will get up here to Area 12 safe and sound. Promise.
have been infected with this toxic junk. Somehow it is easily transmitted from person to person, and once it gets inside you or on you, it begins to take effect immediately.
Sir, here are a few photos we just received of the contaminated victims. And, sir, I have some more bad news for you.
Well, what is it?
It seems that the contaminated victims have a strong hunger for human flesh.
If any of you see any creatures or mutants that look like this, make sure and yell out and let your Area 12 worker know immediately. Just to reassure you, coming up on our right, you'll see the heavy-duty perimeter walls that Area 12 and some of our nation's finest have begun setting up. And has anyone checked this perimeter wall lately? We got a wall down! There's no need to worry, folks. This is just a minor problem. It seems like just a few of the infected persons have gotten inside. We're gonna take care of this immediately.
Alright folks, here's what it's about. We're going to get a quick stop with military checkpoint, get everybody checked out, all the Area 12 personnel. Everything should be fine, but we have nothing to worry about. Nothing could possibly go wrong.
Alright everybody, nothing to worry about. This is standard procedure, but we've got to make sure this train is clear before we can pass it through to Area 12. So, zero car attendant as soon as it comes to a stop. When you on the train and on the scanners, people follow line, let's make it as quick as possible. Alright, go, 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 come on, first person to the scanner, what are you waiting for? If you're clear, come on through, next person, next person. You're clear, next person. So wait a minute, go like this! Come here, go! Get on the train, get on the train, Area 12! How you get infected, huh? You're infected in the head! You are! Stay right there. Keep an eye. Go, go, go! Come inside, behind the side, hey! Don't worry about me, I can take care of this one.
word that the woods surrounding Area 12 are crawling with infected persons. Now would be a good time to keep your arms and heads inside the train car.
That's about all we got so far. But don't you worry, folks. Everything is going to be all right. Something that needs to be looked at. Go, go, go! Everybody inside! Go, go! I'll take care of the rest. Wow! They won't get me in my safe room. Is that safe anymore?
Sounds like a CDC laboratory van got in the way. But we can't stop now, it's too dangerous. Besides, some of those things had plenty of time to board the train back there. Looks like we're gonna have to scan everybody on board to make sure no one's infected. But it's just a precaution, folks. There's no need to panic. Yet. Several people on each train car have been infected, and right now I see there are only two options. Option one, we try and decontaminate each train car and everybody on board. But if the decontamination procedure fails, I cannot allow this train to return to town and risk infecting more people. So, option two, we blow up the train. Looks like this is your lucky night. Everyone on board has been cleared. Let me radio my men and I'll tell them to hold their fire. Tango Romeo Platoon. Stand down and hold your fire. I repeat, hold your fire. Do not blow up the train. Blow up the train. Good man. Fire in the hole. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Like those rockets just barely missed you. You're gonna make it out alive after all. We'll discharge you passengers back to town. But for now, stay seated until the train comes to a complete stop. Wait for further instructions from Area 12 personnel before you exit the train. Y'all, good evening.
We now move on to 2019. Our first train ride of 2019 is behind locomotive number 70 on the Dollywood Express.
Sounds like engineer's ready to go.
Those two whistles you just heard tell us that our engineer has received our all clear and we will be pulling out of the depot at any moment. As we get ready to depart, let me remind you of a couple of the safety rules you'll need to know for our trip today. Please remember to remain seated at all times. This does include small children, as they are not permitted to stand on your lap, on the seat, or on the floor. If you have small children in your group, please have them sit in the center portion of your seat with an adult on the outside edges. Also, remember to keep all...
Wow, thank you so much about all that. Thank y'all. Now let's just stay seated. It's time to go. Like I said, we're going to have a good time on the train. On the count of three, a real good push. Y'all ready on three? 1, 2, 3, push! Whoa! Glad I got my seatbelt on. Y'all better buckle up. We're for a good ride. Step by Frank. Well, Frank's way over yonder. Anyway, just look around, wave at all the folks out there in the village. Bye, Frank. Yeah, wave at him. Tell them we'll see you next time. Yeah, y'all just keep being friendly. There you go. Dollywood is known to be the friendliest place in the Smokies. It's up to us here on the train to keep it that way. On the count of three, a real loud southern howdy. Y'all ready? 1, 2, 3! Hey, great job, y'all. Keep up the good work. Hey, we roll right on out of the town of Dollywood. Over here on the left side is River Town. Over here on your right-hand side is Craftsman Valley. That small pond with the water wheel is known as the grist mill. That's where they make that good homemade cinnamon loaf bread. I tell y'all, we've got to buy 2 loaves. Cause one ain't gonna make it out to the car. See you later, Brian. We'll be back in about a week. Take care of the chickens. Oh, howdy, old smart. See y'all. Well, folks, let's just sit back, relax, and let's go back in history. The year is now May of 1938. Eddystone, Pennsylvania, bought with locomotive works, built your narrow gauge Ricardo style engine number 70. She weighs a little over 238,000 pounds. It's a Type 282 locomotive. That simply means 2 wheels to front, 2 wheels to back, 8 large drive wheels in the middle. After she's built, she was sent up to Skagway, Alaska to work on the White Pass Yukon Railroad. Y'all buckle up, we hitting overdrive, here we go. Yeehaw. 1941. 1941 came the attack on Pearl Harbor, which began World War II. After the attack, it was determined a military highway was needed to protect Alaska. 1942, the U.S. Army took over the White Pass Yukon Railroad. It was used to move materials, supplies, personnel, and tools to build on that Alcan military highway. On here on your right-hand side is Thunderhead, and green rails up there. It's called the Dragonfly. It's part of Wildwood Grove. It's going to be opening up in May, they say, in May. Over 280,000 tons flies material along with thousands of troops, other personnel travel behind this very engine you're right behind right now. Up 34 trains a day ran into Border Road construction in over 9 months. What seemed impossible became possible. That Alcan military highway was finished. I bet y'all didn't realize you're right behind a true veteran of World War II. We here at Dollywood proud of all veterans from all ranks of the military. Our thoughts and prayers go with those on active duty today. Oh, Miss Smiley's got her clothes out on the line. Looky there on the right side. I guess it's a good day to hang out clothes. 1963, engine number 70 retired from the United States Army. 1977, she was sold to an East Tennessee theme park known as Silver Dollar City, Tennessee. That's when she officially became known as Cinderella. Hey, yeah, wait a minute, Engineer Steven. Come on, everybody, wait. Come on now, he sees you. He's taking y'all for a train ride. Everybody wave at him, yeah. Hey, great job of waving, everybody. There he goes. And now it looks like Cinderella's leading the way. Now, Cinderella's remain here through the evolution of the park from Silver Dollar City, Tennessee to present-day Dollywood, where she continues her tradition of hard work. Now, folks, let's just sit back, relax, and enjoy the Tennessee breeze. Let's enjoy the scenic wonders also, and listen to the sounds of Cinderella. Oh, up the mountainside. Don't mean to interrupt, but over here on your right side's a better view of that Wildwood Grove. We'll be opening up in May. Wildwood Grove right inside. Come back in May and check it out. over on your right side, blue roller coaster as they go upside down. Yeehaw. Y'all check it out over there, Wild Eagle. I'll tell you more about it on the way back down. The Cherokee Indian, all these mountains landed on blue snow. There are more flying plates and trees than anywhere else in the United States. In the air, you can hear the music of over 200 different species of birds. The Smokies are a never-ending song that changes with each season and each pair of eyes. Now folks, we're real proud of Cinderella, so much so we'd like to have her show off every now and again. Let's get that engineer Stephen to blow the whistle on the count of 3 all together really loud. Tell him blow the whistle. Y'all ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Folks, right quick, those blue mountains way over yonder. Above the ridge line there, them trees, way over yonder. Blue mountains, that's a portion of your Great Smoky Mountains, a breathtaking view. Now you know why the Cherokee Indians call these mountains land of blue smoke. Now, at the dawn of the 20th century, there were over 1,200 farms in these very mountains. Over here on the left side, you're going to see the homestead. There in the middle is going to be the main house. That's where the family lived at. Further down is going to be the chicken coop. Ha-ha! Looky there. There's Henrietta the chicken watching the train go by. Further down is a little red roof. It's known as the spring house. That's where they kept the milk and butter cool. Oh, yes. How could I leave out the outhouse? Small but very important. First, you open your door, close your door. Kids, just ask your mom and dad. They'll explain it for you. And if they look kind of confused, just ask your grandparents. They'll tell you. Over here on the left side, it's Fire Chaser Express, green little rails. It's a dual launch coaster, great family ride. Blue rails is that Wild Eagle, take you up 21 stories, down 13 in the giant loop, and 110 feet in the air. Whoa, down. Here we go. All right, folks, it's time for some good travel music. Now, folks, your conductor, assistant conductor up there in car 3, Chris, he recorded he can play that harmonica. Let me tell you. So listen to him play that harmonica. That's your assistant conductor, Chris. Here we go. Show him how it's done there, Chris.
Casey Jones was a mighty man. Now he's resting in the promised land. The kind of music you can understand with the 8-wheel drive trucks come at. He made the freight train boogie all the time. He made the freight train boogie as he rolled down the line. The farmer started to ring the bell, and everybody hung around to tell. Casey Jones was coming to town, and 6 acres was flat on the ground. He made the freight train all the time. Make the freight train boogie as they roll down the line. Into the firebox and make it back to town. Now folks, this engine's operated the same way as the very first build. Cinderella's going to eat about 5 tons of coal, drink about 5,000 gallons of water, and haul anywhere visit her like today from 4 to 6,000 passengers up and down the mountain daily. We hope you enjoyed riding behind Cinderella and the guys who operate her. Side that thunderhead there, crisscrossing all that track. I tell you, it's a great ride to try out today. Also don't leave out Mystery Mine, wide open loops, high speeds, straight down into the mine. Also drop line, take you up 20 stories, spin you around, and you'll be coming back down at 77 miles an hour. Yeah, y'all just keep being brother down with the folks out here at River Canyon. See you later, y'all. Everybody just stay seated, thank y'all. Down in Mississippi, boys, I'm going home. That's right. I'm on the red ball, to Natchez, Mississippi. Well, folks, it looks like we made it back to the town of Dollywood. Up here at Dollywood's Farm Crossing. And everybody be pulling all these folks wait to cross the track and keep your arm in, please. Don't reach out with them leaves. Keep your arms in. Thank y'all. Howdy, y'all. Everybody wave at him. Yeah. Oh, there's Miss Lillian over there on the left side. See her down there with a sunbrella? Yeah. Banjo. No. Yeah. Yeah, there she is. Waving around. Yeah. Howdy, Miss Lillian. We love you. Definitely, y'all go see Miss Lillian down there. On the count of 3, real loud, one last time. Let's do that. Howdy, y'all ready? Real loud. Ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Oh, wow. Great job, y'all. Keep up the good work. Howdy, y'all out there in the village. Y'all be sure to stop by. Ride with us here on the Dollywood Express. See y'all later.
Now folks, over here on the right hand side is River Railfanning. If you need to now, that's a place to go. You'll get soaked head to toe. They just take it away, boys. Well done, you. Over there on the right-hand side, a green building. That's our full-service train shop. That's where, howdy, Mary. Yeah, she's waiting at y'all. Yeah, look at them out there. They're busy working. That's where the engine crew. Yes, I'm telling. That's where the engine crew can rebuild the engine from the wheels to the smokestack. Howdy. Over here on the left side's Country Fire. Y'all be sure to check it out today down at the Country Fire.
Once again, folks, we would like to remind you to please remain seated until it is safe to exit. Please bear with us for a few moments when we stop. We have a few passengers on our last car that we'd like to give a little bit of a head start before everyone else exits. Thank you and enjoy yourself here at Dollywood.
Testing, there you go, you can hear me now. Well, looks like it's that time to start gathering up all your belongings. Hats, scarves, backpack, your children. Yeah, you got to take the children with you. Ain't leave them on the train, sorry about that. Now over on the left is your photographers. Yeah, everybody waiting with them. Be sure to pick up your photo so you can always remember riding with us. Howdy, y'all. Go inside the magic shop. Take some Dollywood magic home with you. Now I need everybody to please remain seated. Stay seated, still a-moving. Stay seated, please. Remain seated.
Our second train ride is once again the Dollywood Express, but this time behind locomotive number 192.
The whistles you just heard tell us that our engineer has received our all clear and we will be pulling out of the depot at any moment. As we get ready to depart, let me remind you of a couple of the safety rules you will need to know for our trip today. Please remember to remain seated at all times. This does include small children, as they are not permitted to stand on your lap, on the seat, or on the floor. If you have small children in your group, please have them sit in the center portion of your seat with an adult on the outside edges. Also, remember to keep all body parts inside the car at all times, and the use of tobacco products is not permitted during our trip. Thank you.
All right, folks, get ready. We're getting ready to go now. Hold on. I told you we were fast, so hold on. Hold on. Look out, we're accelerating. Hold on. Now, folks, the last two cars, we're going to the left in the middle of the depot. Wave goodbye to our depot master, Matt. He's on the left over there in the middle of the depot. Tell Matt we'll see him in a day or two. A week at the most, but we've never been gone longer than a week. Say bye to Matt on the left. See you later, man. Now, we here at Dollywood, if you want to fill this place in the station, you'd like to keep it that way. So on the count of three, everybody say howdy. On the count of three. Ready? 1, 2, 3. if you lose 2 small wheels in the front, 8 large drop wheels in the middle, and 2 small wheels in the back. And if you just off the same wheel, that's what we're going out there. Real quick. Personnel fell by the big center and only just like it. That's the 34 train that they will use in the road construction. 9 months. That's impossible because it's possible. Railfanning military highway working leaders. I bet you don't know that 92 veteran of World War II. We're down the west side of all brokers from all branches of service and a awesome bird. We're out of all the natural cities today. In 1960, Mr. 192 was retired. And in 1961, this Tweetsie Park Railroad Ghost was started. And that's what he was known as Twilight Hold on, everyone. Please hold on. This is serious. Oh, that's a close one. 192 Radio to the evolution of the park, the Rebel Railroad, the Doe River Junction, the Silver Dollar City, to the Double Great Dollywood, Vision continues, where the bush was hard work. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the city corner, for those other countries and legends of the Indians, over those up the mountain. And also, sit back in 1851, behind Tennessee's first thing, in the Tennessee. Folks, I can't believe it. There's signs of black bear up there. It's up there on the right side. No, it's up there on the left side. There's a black bear on the left side of the train around the corner. Okay. All right. It's around the corner on the left side of that tree and somewhere in that area. Now, folks, it's not on the ground. We're up in the trees. They will find the trees when they get clear. So this is cell phone. The camera's out and you're ready to take a picture of the still there. Hope you get a great picture of the kids when you get home. Hopefully we have a lot of time in the stores, something around there, keep looking through that, folks. I know the great picture of it. Let's see that, folks. There it is, right there, one second, great takeoff, picture. Good Johnny. Uh-oh, there it is. It looks like Klondike Cave, that spirit in ship. I know these jokes are unbearable sometimes, folks, but just bear with me, please. Just bear with me. On the right side of the train is building this path. We'll talk a little bit more about that on the way back down. Building this path. Trees than anywhere else in the United States. You can hear the music in the air of over 200 different species of birds. Monkeys is a never-ending song that changes to be proven on each their lives. Dollywood, we're very proud of Klondike City and the guys who operate it. So much so, we like to show off every once in a while. So ladies and everyone, would y'all like to hear some music on that ball and another motor vehicle? Alright, on the count of 3, let's tell that engine and blow that whistle. Y'all ready? 1, 2, 3, whistle! existing national park in America, with over 11.4 million visitors last year. From the dawn of the 20th century, there were 1,200 farms in this area, much like what you see coming up on the left side of the train. They had a smokehouse where they hung and cured the meat. They had the greenhouse where the family lived. They had a chicken house where they kept the chickens and the eggs. Looking at that chicken house, you see Henrietta looking back at you. She loved to watch those trains go by. And they had a spring house where they kept the milk and the butter cool. Out in the woods, they had another little house called the outhouse. And kids, if you don't know what the outhouse was used for, I'll let you ask the parents. Parents aren't sure, ask your grandparents. I'm sure they can tell you. But I know for a fact the outhouse was used for two main purposes. Number one and number two. On the left side of the train, that is called Doe River Pass. That big roller coaster down on the left is called the Tweetsie Express. It's a dual launch roller coaster. It's pretty good over forwards and backwards, no lift, no drop, just fast moving curves. You only have to do 39 inches tall to get on that ride, and it goes about 34.5 miles an hour. That big blue line is called the Wild Eagle. The Wild Eagle goes up 21 stories, they'll drop you 13 stories into a giant 110-foot roof with speeds in excess of 60 miles an hour. Might be the most exciting 2 minutes and 22 seconds having a park this afternoon. Show hands. Who's been on the Wild Eagle? 7 people, great. Show hands who's not going to get on the Wild Eagle. The feathers are flying everywhere. Y'all go to that Wild Eagle merchandise shop, get yourself a big old bright yellow t-shirt, and it says, well, it says I'm a chicken. Now coming from the left side of the train, that's called Wildwood Grove, and Wildwood Grove just opened this year. It's right across from the Mystery Mine. So make sure you bring your whole family up here and check out this Wildwood Grove. 11 new experiences for the family. A Southwest-inspired restaurant called Tillman Harvest. So bring your whole family up here and check out this Wildwood Grove, right across from the Mystery Mine. Wildwood Grove. The left side of the engine up there, wave to our farmer Rob up there. Come on, everybody, get your hands up, wave at that guy. Come on, wave at him, everybody. Come on, wave at him. He's the one responsible for hand shoveling all that coal into the firebox. This engine operates today just like it did when it was first built in 1943. On a busy day, Klondike Candy will use 5 tons of coal, bring about 1,000 gallons of water, bring between 4,000 to 6,000 people up and down this mountain. We're Dollywood and real proud of Klondike Candy and the guys who operate her. Hope you all enjoy travel behind your just as much as we Dollywood roller coaster Thunderhead. Also home to Mystery Mine. It's a high-speed steel roller coaster and bright knuckle loops that'll drop you 85 feet straight down into the darkened mine shaft. And of course we have the drop line. The drop line will take you up 230 feet. Let you see a little bit of Dollywood, and then, well, it's going to drop you at 77 miles an hour. We're going through that orange farm crossing for the last time on this trip. As we go through the crossing this time, everybody gets hands up, wave all those fine folks out there, show a little southern hospitality. And maybe practice that homecoming queen wave if you know what the homecoming queen wave is. Nobody has any idea. Alright, car 6 knows, car 5, car 4. Alright, car 7, finally somebody figured it out. Car 3, car 2, car 1. Now wave at all these folks and wave at Barry on the left over there. Just say hello to Barry and goodbye to Barry. So we're going to go right by him. He's on the left side. Say bye, Barry. And get on the left over to you folks. Wave at all these folks out there. Look at all these people. See y'all later. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. See you, Barry. Alright, we're going to go through the main crossing for the last time on this trip. Now we go through the crossing this time as loud as you can. We want to say howdy, so it can be the loudest train of the day. So everybody has to say howdy on 3 as loud as you can, so we can do that. Everyone on 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. How about a yee-haw on 3? 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Everybody hate doing that there. Coming up on the right side of the train is River Rampage. I suggest you go to River Rampage right before you go home tonight. Get on that ride, get soaking wet, get back in your car and drive home. What a great experience that'll be for you, River Rampage. Behind that is the Rocket Roadway, 1950 British cars, and behind that is the Lightning Rod, the fastest ridden roller coaster in the entire world. It goes 73 miles an hour. Now we have my telephone number 3 on car 3. My name's Rusty 07. Let's see if guys riding with us. So let me ask you all a question. Did you guys have fun here on that Dollywood Express? Are you sure? Alright, fun back there. Said she had a great time. In fact, she wants to show you what she's doing. That's the go bring the building over right over there for the train car. That's that field over there in the Savage Road, and we'll put the folks back. And that little sitting there is number 70, Cinderella. Brand new 1938 model, Cinderella. Really short. Over on the left is called Country Fair. All kinds of rides, food, and games for the whole family. Kids, get on there with one of those giant stuffed animals. Hand it off to your parents and let them carry it around to you the rest of the day. I'm sure they won't mind you do it. I've had your kids take when they came in the depot. You can do those on the way out. Also, there's going to be a magic show with Billy. Billy is right outside on the right side. As you get out, just go over there and sit down on those benches over there. Check out this show. It's about 20-25 minutes long. And now do a great time starting to get it up on your belongings. Backpack, cell phone, hats, sunglasses, ponchos, umbrellas, souvenirs. Now if you have any trash, make sure you take it with you, put it in the barrels on the boardwalk. Oh yeah, your children. Please don't forget your children. Now when you're going to leave the rain depot, ask everyone please remain seated. There are 2 folks on the last car. That means the liquid in the next car. And there's a gentleman on the left over there waving at you. He has that magic show. Oh, you should get off the train, just go over there and sit and watch that show. 20-25 minutes long. Look at some dog smiles over here. When you get back to the folks, I'll let you know when it's safe to get off. We Please remain seated, folks. I will let you know when it's safe to get off this territory. Please remain seated, folks. I will let you know when it is safe to get off. I have a few folks here on the last card and a little bit of a head start, so please remain seated, everyone.
Our next train ride is at Tweetsie Railroad, of a doubleheader during Railroad Heritage Weekend. This doubleheader was special as locomotive number 190 had her original whistle that she came down from Alaska with.
Oh, Casey Jones, let's ride. Train speed, Casey.
Here we go, folks. Be sure to stay in your seats. How about giving the people in town a wave and a big yee-haw? On the right is the Tweetsie Junction, a handmade sign shop, an old-fashioned photo parlor, a junction store, and sparkling southwestern barbecue. Here you can see some entertaining shows in the Highway Center. Over to the left is the hot sun. We'll be on lots of little special things and events. All the track. Next up, we're at the Frontier Outpost. See the cowboys have a real good building take care. Keep your eyes peeled. You know what might happen when the train stops in the middle of the wilderness.
Come on, who broke the outhouse this morning? It's like 9:30 in the morning. Come on!
These folks up back down, please.
too. That was a close one. Well, let's head on back to town. I'll tell you a little bit more about the train. In case you missed it earlier, our train is being pulled by a genuine coal-fired steam locomotive. We have two locomotives here at Tweetsie Railroad, both built by the Baldwin Locomotive Works of Philadelphia. Number 12, the original Tweetsie locomotive, was built in 1917, ran on the East Tennessee and Western North Carolina Railroad. From 1918 to 1940, the train ran daily between Johnson City, Tennessee and Boone. The train got its nickname Tweetsie because of its whistle echoing through these mountains. Our number 190 locomotive, the Yukon Queen, was built in 1943. She served in Alaska during World War II and was brought to Tweetsie Railroad in 1960. Each day, our locomotives will burn as much as 5 tons of coal. Use up to 5,000 gallons of water, making steam to pull us around the mountain. Such as this sprang up all over the place. The settlers were blessed. Folks dug and sifted for gold, silver, and precious gemstones. Then later you might want to trek up to Miner's Mine and try your luck at Tweetsie's own gem mine. Looks like our train trip is just about over. Sure hope you all liked what you saw. We'll be pulling back into town in just a few minutes, and you can treat yourself to some good food and cold drinks. Maybe take in a show at the Palace Saloon, the Pavilion Stage, or visit one of our many stores and get a souvenir to take home. There's a lot to see and do, Tweetsie. Ride the rides at the country fair, or head up to Miners Mountain and pan for gold or other precious gems. Visit the Deer Park Zoo. There's more rides and shows up there for little ones of all ages. Then, if you want, come on back and ride the train again. Things are always changing out here in the Old West, and you never know what might happen next. Tweetsie and her crew kept you safe and sound. And be sure to stay that way. Please stay in your seats until the train has come to a complete stop. Then exit out the rear of your train cars. Check and make sure you got all your valuables, especially the oil ones. The cowboys who rode with you today can give you directions to wherever you want to go. Don't forget you can upgrade your ticket to a season pass just by visiting our ticket office. Thanks for riding with us. Y'all come back and ride with us again real soon. Bye-bye now.
Please remain seated till train goes up in and roll backwards.
One month later, we made another trip to Tweetsie Railroad and rode behind locomotive number 12.
Aww. Casey Jones, let's ride. Train is clear, Casey.
Be sure to stay in your seats. How about giving people in better waiting on a big yeehaw? On the right, Tweetsie Junction, Railroad Sign Shop, owned by the Railroad Junction Store, Sparky Southwestern Barbecue. They will fix a little food and show you how to serve
All right, Casey, sounds like we better head on up to Fort Boone.
making a short stop. Should be safe and stay in your seats, folks. Our cowboys will check things out.
like you're okay. Yeah, that was a close one. I'm talking to CLOST, close one. Yeah, me too. Hey, you see that there?
Thanks for riding. Y'all come back and find us again real soon. Bye-bye now.
Please remain seated. Quick break on the finish. Roll the happy. It is now safe to exit the rear of the train car. Thanks for all of them. Bring today in at Tweetsie Railroad.
Later that same night, we rode the ghost train.
Understood? I said, understood. Right there.
You just have to check all the tickets. Noah! Does you want to sit with me? I saw a bunch of people.
Sergeant, are we ready? Very well. Mr. Engineer, get us out of here.
Let me warn you, everyone can pass through some combat zones. The last straight up refugees are trying to get out of settlements around. Let's just say not all our neighbors. But don't lose hope. Just need to keep our wits down. There's an aid station up ahead. Perhaps they can tell us what's happening.
Understand the report that this is not an enemy weapon is some sort of experimental gas that our scientists were developing. And something has gone horribly wrong. Our own scientists created this. How can this war get any worse? Oh, he's infected! He's dangerous! Get out of here!
Go, move!
Come on! Wait, no! Stay away! Stay away! No!
Hurry up, come on! For your sake, yes. Come on, police, let's get out of here.
What was that? I've never seen anything like that before in my life!
Countryside, it's affected both men and beasts. The local army base. I'm sure they'll be able to help protect us until we can get to safety. Looks like they have one of those new armored vehicles. Tank, I believe it's called. Okay, here's the plan. Restock and resupply. Let's get these people out of here before anything else goes wrong. Keep your eyes open, men. Danger could be anywhere.
Well, you doing all right? Yeah, fine. They paid $44. Might as well get one for Go in here. What do you mean there's no one here? I mean there's no one
Passengers. Yes. It would have been terrible if we had lost all of our passengers. There's one of our lands up ahead. Thank goodness, it looks like it hasn't been affected. It's going to be close, but I believe we cannot run the gas. Nothing slows us down. Yes. What could possibly go wrong? There's some sort of commotion ahead. If we get delayed, we're all dead. Yes! You'll all be dead. I placed explosives together to stop this train. Special gas for all you hideous monsters. Hideous! Is everyone okay? Does anyone see what happened to Peppercorn?
We made it! Woo! Thank you, sir.
You may have narrowly escaped tonight, but this is only the beginning. You'll see, this is not the end of Phineas P. Peppercorn. I'll be back. You'll see.
Congratulations, everyone. Quite a journey. It looks like we made it to 54. To ensure everyone's safety, please remain in your seats until the color temperature is off. Please be careful with your exit.
We now head on over to 2020, also known as the pandemic year. I didn't catch very many train rides this year because most places were shut down. But I did catch a few. First, we head to the Tennessee Valley Railroad Museum with a train ride behind Southern Railway locomotive number 4501.
Dave, your flagman is Andrew, your engineer is Brian, and your fireman is Joseph. Now, before we depart, I am required to mention, by order of the Hamilton County Health Department, all passengers are required to wear a mask for the duration of the trip, and please stay seated in the seats assigned to you by the train crew for the duration of the trip as well. Now, for those of you who have not ridden with us before, what this trip is, it will be approximately 1 hour long. It will include 15 to 20 minutes of travel in each direction on the 3 miles of track donated by the Southern Railway, and a 20 to 30 minute layover in East Chattanooga, where we will have a demonstration of our antique turntable. And we should be departing shortly. Everyone go ahead and have a good look at Grand Junction here as we depart, because we'll be returning in a day or two, a week at the most. Now, just to go ahead and tell you about the cars you're going to be riding in today for this trip. For those of you riding in the red car, those of you with that red wristband, you are riding in the 661, built in 1947 by the American Car Foundry, or ACF, for the Central of Georgia Railroad, used on a passenger train named the Nancy Hanks II, which ran between Atlanta and Savannah, Georgia. And for those of you with the green wristband in the green coach, you're riding in the 906, built in 1924 by the Pullman Company for the Central of Georgia Railroad. Now, you're riding on one of the first railroads into Chattanooga today. This line was completed in 1859 by the East Tennessee and Georgia Railroad. The ET&G would merge with a number of other railroads over time to become the famous Southern Railway in 1894. Now, the Southern would continue to use this 3 mile section of track until they abandoned it in the 1950s for reasons I'll explain later in our journey. They built a new line to the north, which was the main freight line you saw behind Grand Junction Station. And that line is still used today by the Southern Railway successor, the Norfolk Southern Corporation. And of course, after the Southern Railway did abandon this line, eventually they would donate the 3 miles to us here at the museum. If you have a look to the left of the train, you will see a gravel road. Now, that gravel road is the roadbed for the original 1859 right-of-way. The line was elevated to its current height and position in the first decade of the 20th century by the Southern Railway due to numerous occasions of flooding. Of course, Chattanooga used to be extremely prone to flooding before the construction of the Chickamauga Dam during the Great Depression. As an example of this flooding on the left, in a moment, in a clearing in the trees, you will see a sign. Next to that sign is a tree with a yellow line painted on it. That yellow line represents the high water mark from the Great Flood of 1867. At 9 feet above the track, it explains why this line had to be elevated. We're now crossing our first bridge over South Chickamauga Creek. In the water below, you may spot some turtles, river otters, or geese. Now, just to the left is some stone piers. Those stone piers mark the site of the original bridge. On top of those stone piers would have been a wooden decking that the rails would have run on. Now, the original bridge in that location was made entirely of stone, Unfortunately, an engineer did not see that that bridge had washed away in time. And, well, let's just say he and his train went for a swim. Crossing our second bridge over the Western and Atlantic Railroad. You'll be able to see it from both sides of the train. That is the first line into Chattanooga, being completed by the state of Georgia in 1850. It was built by the state of Georgia and is still owned by the state of Georgia today, running from Atlanta to Chattanooga. It is currently leased out to CSX. Now, that line is also home to a very famous story from the Civil War. Some of you may have heard of it, and that would be the Great Locomotive Chase. Now, for those of you who have not heard of it, the Great Locomotive Chase is the story of Union spy James Andrews and 23 others known as Andrews Raiders. They disguised themselves as civilians and made their way to Big Shanty, Georgia, which is today Kennesaw, Georgia, and stole a locomotive named General while it was on a fuel, water, and mill stop. They planned to race the General all the way north to Chattanooga while burning bridges and destroying track and telegraph wires along the way in an effort to sever the crucial Confederate supply artery. They were pursued by the General's conductor, William Fuller, and a locomotive he commandeered named the Texas. Now, the Texas was facing south, so for the duration of that chase, he had to run the locomotive in reverse. The General ran out of fuel just north of Ringgold, Georgia, about 18 miles down the track to Chattanooga. All of the men were caught. 8 of them, including Andrews himself, were hung in Atlanta. They are today buried at the Chattanooga National Cemetery around a bronze replica of the General, just a few miles from our current location. The rest of the men either escaped prison or were exchanged for Confederate prisoners. Now, Andrews Raiders were the very first to ever receive the Medal of Honor, but Andrews himself did not, as he was a civilian and not eligible. If you'd like to know more on that topic, there are many books and films based on that event, including Buster Keaton's silent film The General, and one of Walt Disney's lesser-known films in the 1950s, also titled The Great Locomotive Chase. Now, both locomotives involved in that chase are still preserved today. The Texas is on display at the Atlanta History Center in Atlanta, Georgia, and the General is on display at the Southern Museum of Civil War and Locomotive History in Kennesaw, Georgia. Now, for those of you riding in the green car, or the 906 where I'm speaking from, I'd like to point out that midway through this car, you may have noticed that there is a wall separating the two halves of the coach. That is because when this coach was built, it was known as a Jim Crow car, used during the era of segregation. When the Interstate Commerce Commission desegregated the railroads in 1955, most cars of this type had those walls removed. For some reason, here this wall was kept intact. We're not really sure why. Now, when we acquired the coach, we made the decision to preserve that wall in its original condition as a reminder of a very important time in our nation's past. Because as the saying goes, if you don't remember your past, you're doomed to repeat it. Now, this coach is believed to be the only coach in operation in the world today with that wall still preserved. Now, we just crossed our third bridge over Tunnel Boulevard. Originally, that road would have tunneled underneath the railroad, hence its name. When the Southern Railway abandoned this line in the 1950s, the roof of that tunnel was opened up to avoid maintenance costs. After the land was donated to us, we put a bridge over that gap. So today we have Tunnel Boulevard without a tunnel. It is also the only place we can legally run over cars. Now, if you have a look to the right of the train, I'll point out some of my favorite trees along the route. There's this one, and this one, and this one here with the leaves on it. I call that one Chris. Chris. Hi.
What's up, Chris?
We're now making our climb up Missionary Ridge, but rather than travel over it, we're going to travel through it. Through the Missionary Ridge Tunnel, also known as the White Side Tunnel. This tunnel is 986 feet long, about the length of 3 football fields. It was completed in 1858, dedicated in 1859, and was excavated entirely by pick and shovel, as dynamite was not invented until 1867, so I guess you could say it went off without a bang. Now, this tunnel was excavated from both ends of the ridge, meeting in the middle. When both portals did meet in the middle, they were only off-center from each other by 3 inches. During World War II, this tunnel would see as many as 70 trains a day. Now, this tunnel is the reason that this line was eventually abandoned. After World War II, the railway's equipment was becoming too large to fit through the pre-Civil War era tunnel. Also, at the time, the tunnel was single-tracked, while the rest of the line was double-tracked, creating a major bottleneck. So that new line was built in the north and bypasses the ridge altogether. Now, a few seconds ago, you may have heard the whistle of our locomotive signaling our approach to the tunnel, meaning we will be entering the tunnel at any moment, so I hope no one on board is scared of the dark. Now, if you happen to have a flashlight app on your cell phone, I do encourage you to get those out, shine them out the windows, and illuminate the tunnel walls as we pass through. While in the tunnel, you may notice we are very close to the tunnel walls, and at times there is indeed less than 10 inches of clearance between us and these walls. So it's a good thing we don't have any open windows on this train. Traveling on a Southern Railway passenger train in the early 20th century, as this is how you would have approached downtown Chattanooga. Right for that tunnel there, with your final destination being Terminal Station, which has today been converted into the Chattanooga Choo Choo Hotel. Now, of course, passenger trains back then would have consisted of more than just passenger coaches. For example, there might have been a baggage car, an RPO car, sleeping car, lounge car, on some trains even a dome car or an observation car. Then on most trains was my favorite, the dining car. Speaking of dining car, who knows how a steam locomotive eats? It choo-choo-choos. Now, we have almost reached the end of the 3 miles of track donated by the Southern Railway, so in about 5 more minutes we'll be coming to a stop at our East Chattanooga depot. Once there, you do have the option of either staying on board the train for the layover, or joining me as we do a demonstration of our turntable at... Now, I do recommend everyone does join me for this demonstration, because this is one of the only places in the world where you can see what's about to take place. Now, also available is the East Chattanooga Depot. There are restrooms inside if you happen to need to use those while we are at East Chattanooga. We will be unloading the train by car color to ensure social distancing, so please remain seated once the train is coming to a stop until your car color is called. Once you have exited the train, take a left down the stairway or the ramp, and then just follow that pathway on down to the turntable. Now, once we have everyone gathered around the turntable, we will begin the demonstration. Now, also by order of the Hamilton County Health Department, we are required to ask that all passengers do keep a 6-foot distance from those parties around you while at the turntable, and also keep your mask on there as well. And we also have to ask that once you return to the train, you do return to the same car and seat you were in at this time. So please take note of your car color. It is the color of your wristband. And then if you look above your windows, you will see your seat numbers. The A is for aisle, the W is for window. So we do have to ask that you return to those same seats. Now, to the right of the train, you'll see a section of track running downhill next to these trees. That is the East Chattanooga Belt Line. It extends a bit further and connects to the Chattooga and Chickamauga Railway. And those are the 2 lines we use on our longer excursions, including the Dinner on the Diner, the Chickamauga Turn, and the Somerville Steam Special. Altogether, those lines do extend a further 52 miles south to a point just south of Somerville, Georgia. To the left, you'll see a large brick building. That is our warehouse, where many of the artifacts that are not currently on display are stored in climate-controlled conditions to ensure their preservation. Also to the left is a blue-colored car. That car is one of our operational dining cars that we do use on our longer trips, including the Dinner on the Diner. We just started those back up for the year just yesterday, so that car is going to be going back into service now. Off in the distance to the left is a large tin building that says Tennessee Valley Road School Shops on the front. That building is our back shop where all of our repairs, maintenance, and restorations do take place. Just next to us in the same direction is a large pile of coal, of course, which is the fuel source for the locomotive pulling us today. Now in front of that back shop, you'll see a few diesel locomotives parked outside. With our current operating schedule of Thursday through Sunday, we do operate diesel locomotives to pull this train on the weekdays and steam locomotive on the weekend. So by coming on a Saturday, you do get the experience of riding behind an authentic coal-fired steam locomotive. Next to those diesel locomotives is a large crane. That is what we use to fuel the locomotive with in the morning. It is a clamshell crane. We will pick up scoops of coal using the scoop there on the end and drop it into the tender of the locomotive. It is like a giant claw machine with no prize at the end.
Pull the locomotive onto this turntable and spin it around for the return trip to Grand Junction. Now this table you're looking at here was constructed in 1916 by the American Bridge Company and was used by the Central of Georgia Railroad in Macon, Georgia. This table is 80 feet long and it weighs in at 80 tons. Keep in mind the average school bus only weighs in at 6 or 7 tons. That locomotive there weighs in at a total of 215 tons, so when it is on the table, the overall weight between the two is going to be sitting just under 300 tons. So it may surprise you to know that this table was originally turned by hand. It was an Armstrong table. There would have been poles extending off the ends of the table, and it would have taken 4 people to push those poles to spin the table around. Do we have any volunteers? No. We're going to need 4. We got 2, 3, and 4. Come on over. No, I'm just kidding. We don't do it that way anymore. Now today we just use a small 25 horsepower motor under the operator shed here that our flagman Andrew will be operating. Now our locomotive today is the Southern Railway 4501, built in 1911 by the Baldwin Locomotive Works in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. It was built for the Southern Railway as a mainline freight locomotive. Now the Southern Railway retired in 1948. At that time, it was sold to the Kentucky and Tennessee Railway in Stearns, Kentucky, where it was used to haul coal down for the mines. It was again retired by that railroad and then sold to one of our co-founders here at the museum, Paul Merriman, for $5,000 in his own cash. And then in the early 1960s, he brought it to Chattanooga under its own power. And the locomotive has been here, operating on and off on the museum site and on mainline excursions ever since. Now, this locomotive is a 282 Mikado. And what that means is it has 2 small driving wheels, or 2 small pilot wheels on the front, 8 large drive wheels in the middle, and a set of 2 trailing wheels under the cab and firebox. This first 282 ever purchased by the Southern Railway, hundreds they would eventually purchase, and ironically enough, it is the only Southern Railway 282 that survives today. This locomotive operates at 205 psi. It has 63-inch diameter driving wheels and produces 53,900 pounds of active effort. Now, as you can see, the wheelbase of this locomotive does sit on the turntable, but the locomotive itself is longer than the turntable, extending off both ends by just a few feet. So if you're at that yellow line, I do need you to take an extra step or 2 back so the front coupler does not come and give you a slap on the way around.
I'll set it off and start it back on.
Now, if you look up in the cab there, you'll see our engineer, Brian. He's responsible for operating this locomotive and getting us here safely today. So everyone go ahead and give him a wave. Hey, Brian.
I'm going to get that key and pull it through.
Maybe just another minute or two before you get it turning. The toggle switches in the cabinet, and somebody locked the cabinet, so somebody's got to run over to the shop and get the key. So until then, I'll go ahead and tell you how this locomotive operates. So the way this locomotive works is up in the cab there, our fireman Joseph is feeding coal into the firebox where it is burning, about 3 to 6 tons of it a day. Now on the front side of this firebox, there is a series of tubes that run the entire length of the boiler. Those are called the flues. The hot gases from the fire will travel through those flues and then up and out that stack. Now surrounding the flues and the firebox is water. That was loud. Now the water is heated by those hot gases and converts, of course, to steam. And steam does expand. It raises the boiler pressure, in this case, up to 205 psi. When Brian opens that throttle, that steam is channeled down into these large cylinders you see on the front of the locomotive. Inside this cylinder is a large piston the steam is pushing on either side of. And this piston is in turn connected to these rods, and the rods, of course, are connected to the driving wheels. So as the piston is being moved in and out, it is rotating these rods, therefore turning the driving wheels and propelling the locomotive. Now, after that steam has been exhausted from the cylinders, it mixes with the hot gases in the smoke box at the front of the locomotive, the gray portion at the front of the boiler, and it then shoots up and out the stack. Now, that exhausting steam actually creates a vacuum inside that smoke box, and that vacuum in turn is what actually creates the chuffing sound you hear when you see a steam locomotive. Now, as the hot gases and steam are escaping out the stack, that actually, when it creates that vacuum, it causes a draft to pull through the bed of the fire in the firebox, and actually makes it burn hotter. So the faster this locomotive goes, the hotter the fire gets actually, and the more steam it produces. So the faster it goes, the more power it has. Now earlier when I said this locomotive is a 282 Mikado, what that means, of course, I mentioned earlier, is the two pilot wheels, the 8 driving wheels, the 2 trailing wheels. Well, the term Mikado is actually a Japanese word meaning emperor, and the reason these were called Mikados is because the first ever locomotive built with this wheel arrangement was sold to one of the state railways in Japan. Now, this locomotive is commonly credited with being the steam locomotive that started the steam preservation movement. Had this locomotive not been saved, there would not have been the drive at that point to start saving other locomotives. This one really started that movement, so had this one not been saved, many of the others that we still have around with us today would not exist. Cleaning the water out of the air reservoir there. Everyone, this is our fireman Joseph. He's responsible for feeding that fire and as well as maintaining the water level in the boiler, and in turn creating all the steam this engine operates on. Without him, this locomotive would not be going anywhere, so we want to give him a wave as well. A round of applause either way. Now, most of you have probably seen this locomotive before and don't even realize it. This locomotive has been used in many Hollywood films and music videos. For example, it's been used in many of Johnny Cash's music videos that involve railroading. It was also in a documentary featuring Johnny Cash that he did, was called Riding the Rails. In the intro to that documentary, he is actually at the throttle of this locomotive running it for the intro. And that was not fake. He actually ran this locomotive himself. And of course, it's been used in many films and television shows as well. For example, I believe one of the first was called Fool's Trade, starring, it was either James Stewart or Jimmy Stewart. I can't ever get that right. It's one of the two. The most famous film it was in was a 1999 film many of you have probably seen called October Sky, starring Jake Gyllenhaal. For those of you that have seen that film, you may recall a scene in which the kids are going to rip up some tracks to get some the scrap out of it, the scrap money to fund the rocket project. And then a train comes along and they begin to panic. Well, the locomotive you see in that scene was the 4501 here. It's repainted for the film as a Norfolk and Western engine instead of a Southern locomotive. Of course, as the locomotive comes around, you'll be able to see a plaque here on the side of the pilot, right where I'm pointing at here. This plaque is actually the plaque stating that this locomotive is listed on the National Register of Historic Places. for mechanical issues, and we do actually have to get out and push it by hand. In fact, we had to do that just 2 weekends ago. Correct track today, we still use the original method, and that would be the antique method of eyesight. Of course, these turntables back in the day were not always used at the end of the line like this. Most commonly, they would be in front of what was called a roundhouse, a building built around the turntable, and it would have holes where the locomotives could go in and receive maintenance. Now, as you can see, our locomotive is, well, our train is currently sitting on track 1, and we've on the locomotive up on track 2. That is so what we can do what is called a runaround. We're going to run the locomotive past the train beyond the switch. That switch will then be thrown, and the locomotive will then reverse into the train so it can pull us back in the opposite direction. Now that we've completed turning the locomotive around, we can go ahead and start making our way back to the train for the return trip to Grand Junction. Please remember just to return to the same seat and car you rode in on the way over. Don't forget there are restrooms available in the depot. And if anyone has... is our ticket sales, of course. A portion of every ticket sold goes towards the restoration fund. Next is our freight service. We do handle a small amount of freight in the Chattanooga area. And then last, of course, is donations. Now, the reason we do all this work here is because of history. In fact, one of our main missions here is to educate the public on the history and the importance of the American railroads. And to put that into perspective, keep in mind if it wasn't for the railroads, our nation most likely would not exist. When the trains first started to appear, that's when this nation really did start to evolve and expand. It was the railroads, in fact, that it did eventually help expand westward and connect the coast. It was just last year, actually, that we celebrated the 150th anniversary of the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad, made in 1869. They dropped that travel time down from a matter of months to just a few days once that railroad was completed. Now, of course, the trains were also very important for the war efforts. Civil War, World War I, World War II. If it wasn't for these trains transporting troops and supplies for the war efforts, we could have easily lost any one of those wars. And even just for travel back then as well. Before the airlines in the United States existed, if you travel long distance, you had to go by train. So there would have been no vacationing, no traveling for business, with family, things of that matter. And then even today, they're still important because today's railroads can handle a majority of this nation's freight. In fact, most of the items you purchase in stores or online on a daily basis, at some point along your journey, are transported by train. So, for example, it would be much more to obtain things like groceries than it wasn't for these railroads. Now, at this time, to sit back and relax, enjoy the rest of the ride back to Grand Junction. I will be roaming the train, so if anyone has any questions, feel free to stop me. I'll be happy to answer questions for you. I do my best to answer them, and if I don't have an answer for you, I will make something up that sounds good. This line is just the one industry that's about midway down the line. That's a metal recycling thing. Box parts that you go there often. And we'll pull it out for whichever locomotive we're using today. So if it shows up on a weekend, we'll break the seam. We do. And of course, there's the East Chattanooga Belt Line, which is a lot of industries close to downtown. But then our biggest customer is actually Volkswagen out of the Enterprise minutes, we'll be arriving back at Grand Junction Station. So we do thank everyone for riding with us today at the Tennessee Valley Railroad Museum, and hope you did enjoy your excursion. If you choose to visit with us again in the future, of course we have many other trips you can choose from, many longer trips, such as the Dinner on the Diner, the Chickamauga Turn, the Summer Bowl Steam Special, as well as our holiday-themed trips such as the Halloween Area Express and the North Pole Limited, the annual Day Out with Thomas, and our Hiwassee trips out of Etowah, Tennessee. Now, we do thank everyone for their patience and understanding today as we implement these health department guidelines to ensure everyone's safety on board the train. If you have not had a chance to check out the display yard out by the parking lot, feel free to go and do so after you exit the train. There's lots of equipment out there on display. If you wish to go back into the station to visit the gift shop or the deli, we do just have to ask that you go around to the front side of the building and enter through the front door, as our designated entrance and exit doors at this time. Once the train is stopped, we'll be unloading the train again by car color, so please do remain seated until your car color is called. And of course, the locomotive will be turning around for our next trip, and we'll be doing so using the section of track called the Y, so W-Y-E. It is those two sections of track in front of Grand Junction Station here. It is going to be doing basically a 3-point turn. So if you'd like to view that, once you exit the train, walk out front of the station, and it is a great opportunity for some photos and videos of the locomotive. In fact, once we get it in front of the station, we're going to park the locomotive for about 5 minutes next to the pedestrian crossing if anyone wants to get a photo or video with the locomotive, if you want to take a selfie with the locomotive or anything. Also, if you'd like to learn a bit more history about the locomotive that pulled the train today, there is a feature-length documentary available in the gift shop called And Then There Was One. It is a full hour-and-a-half movie about the entire history of the 4501. Now, they don't want me to tell you this, but you can actually watch it for free on YouTube as well. So the title of that is And Then There Was One. Now, please make sure you don't forget any personal items before departing today, such as hats, glasses, keys, as well as purses, cell phones, husbands, wives, and kids. Now, if you did enjoy your trip today, my name is Zach with an H. If you did not enjoy it, in that case, my name is Zach with a K.
The next day, we headed back to the Tennessee Valley Railroad Museum. Unfortunately, 4501 developed a problem and could not run, so diesel locomotive 606 substituted for her.
Have a good look at Grand Junction here as we depart, because we will be returning in a day or two, a week at the most. Now, you will be traveling on one of the first railroads into Chattanooga today. This line was completed in 1859 by the East Tennessee and Georgia Railroad. The ET&G would merge with a number of other railroads over time to become the famous Southern Railway in 1894. Now, the Southern would continue to use this 3-mile section of track until they abandoned it in the 1950s for reasons I'll explain later in our journey. They would build a new line to the north, which you can see to the right of the train now, and that line is still used today by the Southern Railway successor, the Norfolk Southern Corporation. And then, of course, later on, after the Southern Railway did abandon this line, they would eventually donate this 3-mile stretch of track to us here at the museum. Now, a bit of history about the two cars you all are riding in today. For those of you with the red wristband, you are riding in car 661, built in 1947 by the American Car Foundry, or ACF, for the Central Georgia Railroad, used on a passenger train named the Nancy Haynes 2. Now, if you have a green wristband, you are riding in the 906. This is also the car I am speaking from. This is the 906, built in 1924 by the Pullman Company for the Central Georgia Railroad. If you have a look to the left of the train, you will see a gravel road. Now, that gravel road is the roadbed for the original 1859 right-of-way. The line was elevated to its current height and position in the first decade of the 20th century by the Southern Railway due to numerous occasions of flooding. Of course, Chattanooga did used to be extremely prone to flooding before the construction of the Chickamauga Dam during the Great Depression. As an example of this flooding on the left, once you see a clearing in the trees, you're going to see a sign. Next to that sign is a tree with a yellow line painted on it. That yellow line represents the high water mark. And that high water mark indicates the high water mark from the Great Flood of 1867. At 9 feet above the track, it explains why this line had to be elevated. We're now crossing our first bridge over South Chickamauga Creek. In the water below, you may spot some turtles, river otters, or geese. Now,
side of the original bridge. On top of those stone piers would have been a wooden decking that the rails would have run on. Now the original bridge in that location was made entirely of stone and was washed away in a flood in 1861. Unfortunately, an engineer did not see that that bridge had washed away in time. And, well, let's just say his train went for a swim. We just crossed our second bridge over the Western and Atlantic Railroad, and that is the first line into Chattanooga, being completed by the state of Georgia in 1850. That line does run from Atlanta to Chattanooga, and is still owned by the state of Georgia today. And they currently lease it out to CSX. That line is also home to a very famous story from the Civil War. Some of you may have heard of it, and that would be the Great Locomotive Chase. For those of you who have not heard of it, the Great Locomotive Chase is the story of Union spy James Andrews and 23 others known as Andrews Raiders. They disguised themselves as civilians and made their way to Big Shanty, Georgia, which is today Kennesaw, Georgia, and stole a locomotive named General while it was on a fuel, water, and mill stop. They planned to race the General all the way north to Chattanooga while burning bridges and destroying track and telegraph wires along the way in an effort to sever the crucial Confederate supply artery. They were pursued by the General's conductor, William Fuller, and a locomotive he commandeered named the Texas. Now the Texas was facing south, so for the duration of that chase he had to run the locomotive in reverse. The General ran out of fuel just north of Ringgold, Georgia, about 18 miles down the tracks from Chattanooga. All the men were caught. 8 of them, including Andrews himself, are unfortunately hanged in Atlanta. They are today buried at the Chattanooga National Cemetery around a bronze replica of the General, just a few miles from our current location. The rest of the men either escaped prison or were exchanged for Confederate prisoners. Now, Andrews Raiders were the very first to ever receive the Medal of Honor, but Andrews himself did not, as he was a civilian and not eligible. Now, if you would like to know more on that topic, there are many books and films based on that event, including Buster Keaton's silent film The General, and one of Walt Disney's lesser-known films from the 1950s, also titled The Great Locomotive Chase. And of course, both locomotives involved in that chase are still preserved today. The Texas is on display at the Atlantic History Center in Atlanta, Georgia, and the General is on display at the Southern Museum of Civil War and Locomotive History in Kennesaw, Georgia. Now, for those of you riding in the green car, or the 906 where I'm speaking from, I'd like to point out that you may have noticed that there is a wall separating the two halves of this coach midway through the car. That is because when this coach was built, it was known as a Jim Crow car, used during the era of segregation. Once the Interstate Commerce Commission desegregated the railroads in 1955, most cars of this type had those walls removed. This one was kept intact, and we're not really sure why. Now, when we did acquire the coach, we made the decision to preserve that wall in its original condition as a reminder of a very unfortunate time in our nation's past. Because as the saying goes, if you don't remember your past, you're doomed to repeat it. Now, this coach is believed to be the only coach in operation in the world today with that wall still preserved. We're now crossing our third bridge over Tunnel Boulevard. Originally, that road would have tunneled underneath the railroad, hence its name. When the Southern Railway abandoned this line in the 1950s, the roof of that tunnel was opened up to avoid maintenance costs. After the land was donated to us, we put a bridge over that gap, so today we have Tunnel Boulevard without a tunnel. It is also the only place we can legally run over cars. Now, if you have a look to the right of the train, I will point out some of my favorite trees along the route. See, there's this one, and this one. Oh, and this one here with the leaves on it. I call that one Chris Pine. We're now making our climb up Missionary Ridge, but rather than travel over it, we're going to travel through it. Through the Missionary Ridge Tunnel, also known as the Whiteside Tunnel. This tunnel is 986 feet long, about the length of 3 football fields. It was completed in 1858, dedicated in 1859, and was excavated entirely by pick and shovel, as dynamite was not invented until 1867. So I guess you could say it went off without a bang. Now this tunnel was excavated from both ends of the ridge, meeting in the middle. When both portals did meet in the middle, they were only off center from each other by 3 inches. During World War II, this tunnel would see as many as 70 trains a day. And of course, this tunnel is the reason that this line was eventually abandoned. After World War II, the railway's equipment was becoming too large to fit through the pre-Civil War era tunnel. Also, at the time, the tunnel was single track, while the rest of the line was double track, creating a major bottleneck. So that new line was built to the north and bypasses the ridge altogether. Now that was the horn of our locomotive you just heard, signaling our approach to the tunnel, meaning we will be entering the tunnel at any moment. So I hope no one on board is scared of the dark. Now if you do happen to have a flashlight app on your cell phones, I do encourage you to get those out to shine them out the windows and illuminate the tunnel walls as we pass through. While in the tunnel, you may notice we are very close to the tunnel walls, and there are indeed at times less than 10 inches of clearance between us and those walls. So it's a good thing we don't have any open windows on this train. Traveling on a Southern Railway passenger train in the early 20th century, as this is how you would have approached downtown Chattanooga. Right to that tunnel there, with your final destination being Terminal Station, which today has been converted into the Chattanooga Choo Choo Hotel. Now, of course, passenger trains back then would have consisted of more than just passenger coaches. For example, there might have been a baggage car, an RPO car, sleeping car, lounge car, on some trains even a dome car or an observation car. Then on most trains was my favorite, the dining car. Now speaking of dining car, who knows how a steam locomotive eats? It choo-choo-choos. Now we have almost reached the end of the 3 miles of track donated by the Southern Railway. So in about another 5 minutes or so, we'll be coming to a stop at our East Chattanooga Depot. And once there, you do have the option of either staying on board the train for the layover, or joining me as we do a demonstration of our turntable. Now I do highly recommend that everyone does join me for this demonstration, because this is one of the only places in the world where you can see still see what's about to happen in a place. Now the depot here will be open as well, and there are restrooms inside. So if you happen to need to use the restroom while at East Chattanooga, those are available in the East Chattanooga Depot. Now please remain seated until once the train has come to a complete stop. We will be unloading the train by car color, so wait until your car color is called before unloading the train. That is to help ensure social distancing. Once you have exited the train, take a left turn down the stairway or the ramp, and just follow that pathway until it ends at the turntable. And once we have everyone gathered around the turntable, we will begin the demonstration. Now I am also required to ask by order of the Hamilton County Health Department, once at the turntable, please keep a 6-foot distance from those parties around you. And also when it is time to reboard the train, we also have to ask that you do return to the same car and seat you were in at this time. So please take note of your car color. And if you look above your windows, you will see your seat numbers. The W is for window, the A is for aisle. So please just return to those same seats. Now if you have a look to the right of the train, you'll see a section of track running down the hill next to these trees. That is the East Chattanooga Belt Line, which later on extends down onto the Chattooga and Chickamauga Railway. And those are the lines we use on some of our longer excursions, such as the Dinner on the Diner, the Chickamauga Turn, and the Somerville Steam Special. It does extend a further 52 miles south to a point just south of Somerville, Georgia.
Jack, who you unloading first, green or red?
Now if you have a look to the left of the train, you will see a large brick building. That brick building is our warehouse, where many of the artifacts that are not currently on display are stored. And also just next to the train here is a white truck that says Tonka on the side. So I guess you could call that a Tonka truck. Now this blue car to the left of the train, that is one of our operational dining cars. We did begin our Phase 2 reopening this weekend, meaning that car will be going back into service to serve meals on the train. Now the large building off in the distance to the left that says Tennessee Valley Railroad Soul Shops on the front, that is our back shop where all of our repairs, maintenance, and restorations do take place. Also coming up on the left, you'll see one of our 2 operational steam locomotives. That locomotive you see is the Southern Railway 4501, built in 1911 by the Baldwin Locomotive Works in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and it was built for the Southern Railway as a mainline freight locomotive. Now some of you probably do know this already, but that was the locomotive destined to pull your trip today, but unfortunately mechanical issues do happen, and we had to sideline that locomotive today and substitute it with a diesel locomotive. And you know, it's the way I like to put it, when I'm 109 years old, I doubt I want to get out of bed every day too. Just behind the 4501, you'll see a large clamshell crane. That is, of course, the crane we use to fuel the steam locomotives with. We use that clamshell to scoop pools of coal and drop it into the tender. It is very similar to a claw machine, except you do not get a prize at the end.
And that is because this was not the original endpoint of this line here. We only had 3 miles donated to us. Originally, this line would have continued on over that road on a bridge that would have been supported by those concrete embankments and then on into downtown Chattanooga. Now, in fact, originally, this is where you would have gotten on the trains to begin with when this museum first began operations. The Southern Railway only originally donated 1.5 miles of track. So you would have gotten on a train here, ridden through the tunnel just to this side of the Tunnel Boulevard Bridge, and then reversed back. Later on, the extra 1.5 miles was donated to the museum, and we were able to extend out to the Grand Junction side and made that into the property the main side of the museum. Now, for those of you who have not ridden with us before, I'd like to point out that the back shop over there in the distance is normally included as a part of the tour we give. We're not allowed to do that at this time for health department guidelines because we do not have the amount of space in there needed to ensure everyone the distance to spread 6 feet apart. So I'm going to tell you about it on board instead. Now, like I mentioned earlier, the back shop is where all the repairs, maintenance, and restorations do take place. Now, all railroads would have had a back shop just like that back in the day, but on a much larger scale. Now, the reason they were called back shops is, well, believe it or not, it's because they were in the back of the property, hence the name. Now, that back shop is equipped with a number of features that allows us to work on our equipment, such as a 4-foot deep drop pit, a 10-ton overhead crane, a machine shop, and then most importantly, the wheel shop at the back. And that is because we have a very unique piece of machinery back there, and that would be a steam locomotive driving wheel lathe at 90 inches in diameter. It's such a rare piece of machinery nowadays that we often get in shipments of driving wheels from other steam locomotives across the nation and do work for other railroads, theme parks, museums, and tourist railroads. Now, in terms of steam locomotive restorations, back in the golden age of steam, a locomotive could have been rebuilt in about a month. But for us, for example, with one of our operating steam locomotives, the Southern Railway 630, it took us 10 years, 2001 to 2011. And that is because they had 3 things back then that we do not have today. And those are the parts, the amount of skilled labor, and the money. So if a part breaks from one of the locomotives, we can't order a new part online or just go to a hardware store to pick one up. Believe me, I've tried. AutoZone does not have them. So we have to machine new parts from scratch right in the back shop there. Next to the amount of skilled labor. During the golden age of steam, there would have been about 100 to 150 people working on a single locomotive at a time, doing all kinds of various tasks in an assembly line-like fashion. But today, that is a very rare, specialized, and sought-after skill. On average, we'll have just 1 or 2 people at a time working on those projects. And then the last, of course, is the money. So today, steam locomotives on average do cost a little over $1 million a piece to restore back to operation, and we are a small non-profit educational organization. So where do we get that kind of money? Well, one is our ticket sold, of course. A portion of every ticket sold does go towards the restoration fund. Next is our freight service. We do handle a small amount of freight in the Chattanooga area. And then last, of course, is donations. Now, the reason we're doing this work here is because we are trying to preserve history. That's one of our goals here is educate the public on the history and the importance of the American railroads. And to put that in perspective, keep in mind that this nation did not begin to evolve until the trains first started to appear. That's when the station really did start to evolve and expand, was when the railroads first appeared. In fact, it was the railroads that did eventually help us expand westward and connect the coast. It was just last year, actually, that we celebrated the 150th anniversary of the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad, May 10th, 1869. Before that line was completed, it would have taken you months to travel from coast to coast. It would have been very dangerous. After it was completed, that travel time dropped down to just a few days. It was much safer. Now, the railroads were also very important for the war efforts. Civil War, World War I, World War II. If it wasn't for these railroads handling the mass transportation of troops and supplies for the war efforts, we could have easily lost in one of those wars. And even just for travel back then as well. Before the airlines and the interstates existed, and to travel long distance, you had to go by train. So there would have been no vacationing, no traveling for business, no going to visit family, and things of that matter. And then, of course, even today, they're still very important because today's railroads do handle a majority of this nation's freight. It is the cheapest and most efficient way that freight is moved today. So, for example, most of the items you purchase in stores or online on a daily basis at some point along their journey are most likely transported by train. So it would be much more difficult to obtain things such as your groceries without these railroads. Now, this time, just sit back, relax, enjoy the rest of the ride back to Grand Junction. I will be rolling the train, so if anyone has any questions, feel free to stop me. I'll be happy to answer your questions for you. I'll do my best to answer them. And if I don't have an answer to your question, I will make something up that sounds good.
Everybody doing okay? Eagles, you okay? Yep. Melvin, you okay? All right.
In a few more minutes, we'll be arriving back at Grand Junction Station. We do thank everyone for riding with us today at the Tennessee Valley Road Museum and hope you did enjoy your excursion. If you do choose to visit with us again in the future, as we enter our next few phases of reopening, we will begin offering some of our longer trips again in the future. We have already begun offering the dinner on the diner again. And then in the future, very soon we'll start bringing back the Chickamauga Turn, these later next year, the Summer Will Steam Special, and eventually our holiday trips such as the Halloween Area Express, the North Pole Limited, our annual Dale Thomas, and our Hiwassee trips out of Etowah, Tennessee. Now we do thank everyone for your patience and understanding today as we implement health department guidelines to ensure everyone's safety on board the train today. And we will be unloading the train by car color again, so please remain seated until your car color is called once we come to a stop. Now, if you've not done so already, if you have not checked out the display yard out by the parking lot, I do highly encourage you to go have a look at that. There's lots of equipment down there on display, including a steam locomotive built for passenger service that did once for a Canadian railroad, and a few cabooses. Or would that be cabooses? Cabooses, cabooses, cabisi. Anyway, there's some red things out there. Also, if you'd like to see the locomotive turn around for our next trip, it will be doing so on what is called the Y, so W-Y-E. It is a triangular shaped junction in the track that is in front of Grand Junction Station, so the locomotive will be doing what is essentially a 3-point turn. So if you'd like a good chance to get some photo and video of the locomotive up close, you can go do that out front of the station here. It will be doing so as soon as we come to a stop. If you'd like to go back into the station to visit the gift shop for the deli, we do ask that you go around the building and enter through the front door, as there are designated entrance and exit doors at this time. If you're looking for something in the gift shop, I do highly recommend the documentary And Then There Was One. It's a feature-length documentary on the history of the Southern 4501, the locomotive that was going to pull our train today, but you did see it at East Chattanooga. And if you visit the deli, they do have some great items in there, including locally made ice cream from Fluffy's Ice Cream Company. That does include 2 original flavors you can only get at this depot. Those are the Smokin' Cinders and the Rocky Railroad. And please make sure you do not forget any personal belongings before departing the train today, such as hats, glasses, keys, wallets, purses, cell phones, husbands, wives, and kids. And if you did enjoy your trip today, my name is Zach with an H. If you did not enjoy it, in that case, my name is Zach with a K. And if anyone is visiting from out of town and would like some recommendations on other places to visit, some of my favorite places to go to are, of course, the Tennessee Aquarium, Ruby Falls, Rock City, and then the the Lookout Mountain Incline Railway. And if you've never been on that ride, that is of course, another train ride you can take in Chattanooga. It is one of the steepest passenger railways in the world. It's 72.7 degrees at its steepest angle going up the side of Lookout Mountain, so that is nearly vertical. Of course, that is a cable-powered railway. There is no locomotive that pulls that train up the mountain. But I do recommend having go and checking that out if you've never been there before.
Our last train ride of 2020 that we caught was of the Doe River Gorge. The Doe River Gorge is the only section of the narrow gauge ET&WNC that you can still ride a train on.
Make sure that you keep all your hands, arms, feet, and legs inside the train. When they built the railroad back in the 1880s, it was built just wide enough for the train and nothing else. So please keep everything inside the train you want to keep with you. With that said, sit back, relax, enjoy the ride. There's some beautiful fall colors up there today, so be sure to have your phones ready and get some pictures.
When the leaves all fall off, that means it's fall. And when it's fall, and when it's fall, can we go? And when it's fall, can we go over here?
10 hours apart. The rock face across from it is spread apart at 700 feet straight up out of the river. You can see there's a lot of hard work to get a railroad through here, these tunnels and ledges. They spent a lot of money too. They spent about $1 million in 1880s. We go 34 miles of railroad from Johnson City up to Cranberry, North Carolina. It's place way up in the mountains. And you might wonder why they go to the trouble to hack a railroad through here to get some little place way up there. And the answer is iron. Back around 1780, iron was found up at Cranberry. And by the early 1800s, the furnace had been established there, processing it. And it was found to be a good grade. There was demand for it. So they kept at it. They sent iron to the Confederacy during the Civil War. And shortly after the war, they continued the industrial expansion and demand. They realized that they were going to expand and needed a railroad. So they got started. Taking quite a while because the first attempt they went broke and took quite a few years to get reorganized and more financing, but they finally got it finished in 1882. So once it was here, it was the way to travel. Everybody and everything went on the railroad. And made a way for the lumber companies to come up here too. A lot of good hardwood and other species up here in the mountains. A lot of good timber. So it was the timber industry that was the main factor to extend the railroad several times over the next couple of decades. In 1919, the railroad got all the way to Boone, North Carolina. By this time, they had just about doubled the railroad. They went from 34 miles to 66.
This is the wild area. Way over there, you see way over
People in
there.
Boone were especially excited to have a railroad come to town. They were even farther up in the mountains in Cranberry. And so they had a bit of a celebration when the first train came. I know something about it from the newspaper at the time, reported on the event. Some different people made speeches. Mr. J.
Thanks for watching. I hope you liked what you saw. If you did, please give the video a like, leave a comment down below, subscribe to the channel, and ring the notification bell to be notified about future uploads. Also, join our Discord. Link is down in the description down below, and channel memberships are now active. You can join by the join button or the link in the description down below. And we hope to see you along the rusty rails really soon.